All right, I'm back. So let's see if changing a setting did do anything. Hold on a second. Let's see if changing that one setting did anything. Because that's another problem with this game. Creativity can be a good thing, but it's also bad. Speaking of which, gotta do this verification code again. Okay. I gotta do that again. So we're gonna try that again. So the creativity in this game is a bit of a double-edged sword. I know I've seen inappropriate and heard inappropriate things, but there are certain things that you gotta block. Too bad this game is not very good at that. So we're gonna go to a. Do we have financial unlock? Nope. We're gonna go back to Waterfront here and let's do a quick test here. Let's see if that made any difference at all. So we're still going by the same time frame here. I got about 20 minutes left here before I switch over. Because I am not going to be doing this game for the next 2 hours. I don't have the time. We're going to be going to Final Fantasy XIV immediately afterwards, for those of you that are a fan of that game. So, let's see if that one setting change made any difference. Honestly, I doubt it. So, let's see if that one change did anything. Again, I doubt it. We gotta go back to that contact again to pledge, just so we can get the proper leveling done. That's why you don't see a lot of people do this game, and for good reason. Nothing so far, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna pledge again. It's I don't know if you can do it. I don't know if you can do it through rolls here. I don't think you can. Nope, can't do it. You have to be in person for that.
You want to talk to me?
It's a slight inconvenience. All right, let's try another mission. I'm gonna do a test here. Let's see if that made any difference at all. I doubt it though.
Media coverage is good as long as they mention my
Okay, let's
name
see if
before
this
yours.
game did any difference with that one setting change. So right now we got almost all silvers on both teams. That's not something you see all the time. So there's this one setting change. I wonder if that did anything. I honestly doubt it though. You know what's funny? Changing the INI file only goes so far, by the way. It only goes so far. What a shame. Yeah, the INI file changes do not work the same like it used to be. So that's why you don't see a lot of people play this game, because it's so easy for something inappropriate to be shown. What a shame. That's another. Unless if this game had the moderation like, say, PlanetSide 2, you will not see anybody just create art in this game right off the bat. Nope. Nope, you can't do that. You actually has to go through an actual review. And who knows how long that process is going to take. But at least that way, You have the lesser chance of something inappropriate going on screen. Yeah, that's another bit of a ramble that I'm doing here, but that's another reason why I'm not too crazy about this game. I wonder if we're gonna make it through this phase. We got 8v8 now. Wow. 8v8. All right. So what I'm going to do is this will be my last match. This will be my last match. So, yep, I can't wait to see how the rest of that Final Fantasy XIV story is going to go. Can't wait. Oh, got some friendly fire. How much is that car surfing mod? I don't think that's available until you reach a certain rank. I have to check it. 9v9. Hey, awesome. We're doing bonus games today as planned, man. This is my last match for this game. No encores, nothing. And after that, grab some popcorn, awesome, because we're going to be doing we're going to be doing some stories for that Final Fantasy XIV game. So yeah, also I'm planning to do Phasmophobia today. We're gonna be trying to do Phasmophobia today for that new update. I can't wait to see that. Phasmophobia is gonna be an interesting thing to try out again. I did try out that game on VR for like a little bit. It seems to be optimized, but let's see how it works for the other maps. I was thinking of doing Blade Up, or Overcooked, but I wasn't in the mood for that yet. But yeah, it's good to see you again, also. On that Dale and Dawson game, they finally got an update. The reason why I'm mentioning that Dale and Dawson game, awesome, is that they finally added an update to one of the settings that will make the game less annoying. You know how annoying it is for the doors to be locked so easily in that game? Yes, I didn't forget about that Halloween game night, but I do want to get that Final Fantasy XIV expansion done. So grab some popcorn because you're going to see the story in full, because I have never seen it before. I was hoping to have gotten that Final Fantasy XIV story done yesterday, but I wasn't quite done, but we're getting close to it. And by the way, awesome, that Final Fantasy XIV game night that I mentioned, there is voice acting in that game. There is voice acting in that game, but only on select cutscenes. But it's an actual thing. So don't worry, awesome. It's not just me talking on screen. There will be voice acting. So I did do a dungeon run yesterday, but we did not finish it quite yet. Story's still continuing. I will try that out, Knight, don't you worry. Yeah, I'm on my last match with this game right now. I'm not doing another one. This is my last one. And now it's time for the final phase. Just gotta hold the area. So yes, Knight, hopefully you'll enjoy the story. We're gonna be doing that right after this. And I'm not gonna go through the entire expansion. I just want to reach the next expansion, which is getting pretty close. I did do significant progress yesterday, but not quite there. Hopefully we'll finally reach it next. I'm almost dead. I think I almost killed that player. Absolute chaos. Is this like 10v10 now? Or is it 9v9? Yeah, this is absolute chaos. Did I get at least 2 kills? I got 2 kills, 2 assists, so I get some progression there. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a 10v10. When you were running this game, Knight, this game, I don't know how, if you ever got a 10v10, it really depends if people call for backup or escalation. That's what this game has when it comes to features, but 10v10 is absolute chaos in this game. You'd be lucky to even win it. So it just comes down to a farming match. Also, awesome Knight. I don't know how crazy you guys are into Starship Troopers Extermination, but I gotten really interested in Starship Troopers recently. I actually finished the progression for my medic class Knight, and the only other class I'm gonna be doing in that game now is engineer, simply because I can provide ammo. Because how many times have you heard of people running out of ammo when they're in the middle of nowhere in that map and you can't reload? So I can finally build ammo crates, and I can finally build ammo crates, build light sources, stuff like that, especially when it's nighttime. Thank God. Feels good to do something to contribute, you know. And that player up there just died. Nice. So I got 3 more minutes of chaos. Or... I'll use this car as a bomber. Wow, they're just getting blown up. This place is a freaking fortress, by the way. Good luck getting close to this thing. Yeah, once you have control of this building, there's not much you can do, unless you do complete conquest to get rid of them all. Good luck with that. And especially with explosive weapons coming into play, good luck with that. I'm just gonna assist. I'm just gonna assist on that flare. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get a win here, but then again, it's overpowering. I tell you, the mission design in this game can be bad. Whoever has control of this area with enough players, you're done. You tried and failed. We're gonna win this one. Look at that. 116, 117. We're about to win this one. And that's it. I got halfway through. Okay, I'm done. I don't have time to do another one. So we're gonna switch over to the Final Fantasy XIV game. So grab some popcorn. We can try Dale and Dawson at some point. I don't know if we'll have time for it tonight, though. Awesome. I got this Halloween, because this Halloween is getting pretty close. this, we got this Fighting Frankie thing that I gotta try out. It looks like it's kind of like Puppy Playtime all over again, but done differently. And yeah, APB Reloaded has a huge moderation problem. I wish there was a way for things to be reviewed, but nope, they don't have that. But I digress. So what we're gonna do is I'll finish off Final Fantasy XIV first. So enjoy the story. Even if you're not into Final Fantasy, hopefully you'll find the story at least relatively interesting. That's what we're gonna be doing. So we got some story to progress, and that's what we're gonna be doing. Just story. There is voice acting, so be prepared to listen to that. Not every chat bubble gives you voice acting, but it is interesting when it does happen. So give me a second here. I need to quickly pull up this information here because I gotta log in. I was hoping to have finished this thing yesterday, but I really gotta reach that next expansion here. There is that Fighting Frankie game that I will definitely cover. That's why I tried to start my best early today. And let's see here. Oh, come on. It doesn't count. Don't you just love it when you do 2FA and it doesn't work, even though you clearly put it on? I digress. So in the meantime, enjoy the story. I'm going to be switching the scene here shortly as soon as I log into the game. All right, here we go. Starship Troopers Extermination, awesome. I don't know if you like that game, but I personally have had fun progressing in that game. It was fun. So here we go. We are doing Final Fantasy XIV again. No music this time. We're going to let the game do the talking. So we're going to do the main story. Hopefully we'll get some good voice acting here. Eventually, this game, you can travel from Europe to North American data centers to play with your friends. So that's really nice. Worth the money. Also, I'm not forgetting the freaking category change this time. Jesus, I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot that. Give me a second, folks. There we go. I changed the category. I did not forget it this time. Thank God. So the long story short for this story right now is we basically have to find Alfie now. He basically crash landed while on the way to the Empire. That's all you need to know. So our next quest is called The Power in Slumber. It is settled then. I will journey to the Azim Steppe with the Scions, Yugiri and Hakuro. I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I am no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you're away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. Have care in the burn. Have care in the steppe. From what I hear, the Zyla like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Just the three of us, then. Very well. Shall we make first for Union? So we are making our way to the first expansions slowly. So here we go. We're going to go to Reunion. All we're doing is just quickly traveling, okay? I'm really hoping we'll get some voice acting here. Not only you got to pay money for this game, or you do free trial, but you do get serviceable story. Okay. Well, awesome. It's always best to stick around if you can, because you never know what we'll do. Anyway, thank you. All right, Ian, what do you got to do? It's a fine feeling to be back. Were it not for our mission, I would like nothing more than to lie on the grass and watch the clouds float by. So this is the Azim Steppe. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until you reach higher ground. Actually, seeing it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. So, do we get some voiceovers? Ooh, do we? Do we? Nice camera work.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. As is La and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens. I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
I tell you, the plot is interesting. Or hopefully entertaining. An intriguing myth. So I wonder how Nama came to be woven into it. An Alakan hand, perhaps? From here, we shall travel to Mol Ilu. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth, and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Okay. So we actually visit back Serena. So Gusetsu did not die. But Yutsuyu did. Finally, I guess. Okay, speaking of which, we could get some easy leveling here. We could probably switch to our Reaper here. Which one is the lowest XP? Okay, let's do Black Mage. Easy XP. Tell me, do you notice anything different about them all? How they carry themselves? That, my friend, is pride. I do believe their victories in Nada meant I do believe their victory in the Nada meant more to them than I realized. So that is Serena. Lisa told me something of the woman, but I did not think that we would ever have occasion to meet. Do we get voice acting here? Nope. Oh. Ian, Minio, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. Long story. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? this northern crag. If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north, there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek. Ah, yes. I know the place. There's a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on the Alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, must you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. So we still got quite a bit to go, but hopefully we can make some good progress here, folks. Alright, the Will of the Moon. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Okay. So is this a dungeon or a trial? Who knows? Nice. Well, it certainly looks powerful, but powerful enough? That you have to be that you have to ask the expert. Okay.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azis La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Hmm. Cool. You can actually fly here. Nice. Can you actually land here? I doubt it. Nope. Nope, you can't. Ah. So, it's all slowly leading up to the beginning of Shadowbringers. How are we going to find Alfie now, and how do we deal with the Empire again? Do we get voice acting with Serena here? You found that which you seek, then. Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dothral. Their consent shall be the key. The Dothral. Lise spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dothral fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance will be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dothral Ka and treat with their Khatun, Sadu. Oh man, I thought we were gonna get some voice acting with Serena here. Oh, Serena's being adorable. Again, despite this game playing it safe, it's still entertaining. Oh, we could all go all the way over there. Still, this game has aged well when it comes to world building. That which one of all of the plots, but it's still interesting to look at after all these years. And variety in an MMO is always a good thing. And yes, you can actually go underwater in some areas. And yes, these areas are huge. Yes, I believe we were here before. But will we get voiceovers this time? We will see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do you get voiceovers? Nope. You again. Other matters demand our time, Kagan. Unless it is battle you seek. Alas not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Long story. Talking. Always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dothral, no place is more sacred, and will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition then? You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving this step to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely, battle with you, Gun. Of course. Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dothral as your allies. Surely, These are agreeable terms. Well, this is not a wholly unexpected turn of events, though I'd assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Khatun has made her choice. Shall we dance? Yeah, it shall be a battle the Steph shall soon not forget. Already my ball soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Kagan, and await me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. Is it going to be a trial? Is this going to be a trial? Is this going to be a trial? Or is it going to be a duty instance? Because if it will be a duty instance, the game will tell you, ooh, it's just going to be interesting. Or is it just going to be a cutscene? Yep. Yes, we gotta how about we bring in... Let's bring in our gunbreaker for this one. I mean, sure, you can do this in any job, but I think we're gonna need this. Okay. Do we get voice acting?
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Hahn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dothal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way, the way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
So, how is this going to turn out? Will this be like a trial battle where you have to avoid patterns? Okay. There has to be more to this. There's something more to this. Round 2.
In death do our souls sing!
Okay.
In death do our souls sing!
Okay. Round 3. Okay. Okay. Round 4. Round 4.
In death do our souls sing!
You know what this voice banter reminds me of? Kind of reminds me of Mass Effect, except they repeat the same lines over and over again in a not so good way.
In death do our souls sing!
Okay. Okay. So this is round 4. The patterns are relatively simple. It does go a little faster if you use certain jobs that they can do big attacks. Okay, these are the same things we did before. Okay. Round 5? Round 5.
How it burns!
Okay.
In death do our souls sing!
Okay. 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 Okay, I can do this.
In death do our souls sing!
Thank God.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come, we have only just begun.
Round 6.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Ah, we get these guys again. I was wondering if we're gonna hear their voices for once.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
She's like, what?
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
Round 6. Or was it 5? Doesn't matter.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
So, do we fight as someone else? Well, yep. We get the roleplay yet again. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Bow down before me! Kneel or die!
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. I wish you could reassign the hotbar, but nope.
Kneel or die!
I wish I could reassign the hotbar, but whatever. It's only temporary.
Kneel or die!
Okay.
Mark well and learn.
Okay. Man, God, this battle goes on for quite a while because of the hit points. Okay. Okay.
Kneel or die!
Okay. The only problem is I'm running out of MP very quickly. Okay. Okay, next phase.
Bow down before me!
Mark well and learn.
Okay. Okay.
Kneel or die!
Oh my god, and lucid dreaming. I need lucid dreaming badly. Or Aether Well. Okay.
Bow down before me!
Okay, we're almost done, I think.
Tremble before the sun!
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
Let us be about it.
Ah, so close. So close. Oh man, so close. Oh, quick time event. They call it active time maneuver, but it's just a quick time event. It's just a quick time event. Tap the button over and over and over again, and that's it.
Yeah. Ether, to me.
It's nice to see get some cutscenes during.
You.
It's nice to see some voice acting and something different during a duty battles like this. Thank God. That's so refreshing. That is cool. Man, would imagine if Ishtola had done that earlier. Oh well. So. Ishtola is so matter of fact, by the way. I like it.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Nama's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Ishtola, why?
Are you my Nama?
What? Oh boy. Oh boy.
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love.
Yeah, she has no clue about the religion they got going on. She has no idea.
Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
Well. I wonder where this is going.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I don't know. Will she?
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Little?
Of course.
Little son! Little son!
Oh boy. And just when you thought sometimes you do get some comic relief in these main stories. Also, at least we get decent voice acting this time. I can only imagine what the previous versions of the voice acting was in this game. I still haven't looked up the videos on the comparisons.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Oh boy. Oh, here we go again.
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Yep. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'll take a quick intermission here. And the battle music is still going on in the background. Sweet. Hold on a second. So I am back for a bit. So I'm not sure if you're still there, Dimitri, or not, Joshi, but we're continuing with the main story here. I want to make it to the next expansion at the very least, at the beginning, to the new areas, and that's it. So grab some popcorn, because we got some voice acting here. We actually do get voice acting here, so enjoy. Alright, here we go. So hopefully you'll enjoy this. We're gonna continue on with this. I was hoping to finish this yesterday, but it did not happen that way. Anyway, let's do this. Here we go. You had not only to contend with Sadu, but Magnai too? Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. Cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. Okay. Though the mole have no love for war, we love our home fiercely. Should the steppe be threatened, we will rise up to protect it, as will full many other tribes, I believe. The call. Endure. Okay. We have the requisite consent. It is time to put Nama's power to use. If the Aether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. The Stola has very high demands. Alright. Still not quite there yet, but we'll do it. Yeah, all of this is the main plot, just to get to the next expansion. Hopefully, we will get there soon. Because I did do 3 hours of this yesterday. So far, nothing. Oh! Okay. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Alright. Let's see if there's voice acting once again.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Just like that. Just like that. To manipulate ether is just vast quantities is draining, to say the least. I shall take it slowly for a while. Is that Yasuo from the hit game League of Legends? Is there a resemblance here? Nope, that's Hien. It's a character. He's like a tribe leader, a lord here in this Far Eastern territories. Also, there's Istola. She's also a character in this game. I do not pretend to understand what you did, Istola, but you did it. Thanks to you, and Inio, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. As you saw, this game does have voice acting, but only on certain cutscenes. But it's nice to hear their voices for once, so you can hear deliveries. And yeah, this is the main plot line to go to the next expansion. Now, as much as I believe our rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may have already returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. So this expansion came out around 2017 or 2018. That's what you're experiencing right now. I'm not at the main story yet. I'm still not at the main story yet, the one that came out this year. But still nice to enjoy, though. Also, we're quick traveling, so we basically can get to the next plot point as soon as possible. So enjoy the story. It's hopefully it's a popcorn you will enjoy in order. Also, these sceneries are pretty interesting. Okay, we're gonna go inside here to do a meeting. Do we get some voice acting though? No voice acting, nope. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim step? Indeed. We have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. The Taro and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all the factions we approach are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. For Hingashi and Soinosato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected, then. Well, there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that we are amenable to an alliance, I'll personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we'll have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being, at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in El Amigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Akuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in El Amigan Quarter by now. And let us not keep him waiting, shall we? So yes, hopefully the next story will have some cutscenes. Hopefully we can get some voiceovers, especially for this important meeting. All right, here we go. The El Amigan Quarter. We're just quick traveling. Okay. Okay, so we just gotta go inside this interior here and we should be okay. Okay. Ishtola has told me all, and I duly told Orianger and Krill. Krill, in particular, was concerned about Alfinaud, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own task for the time being, on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So, that leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Arnvald is here to assist with the security. Incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alfinaud, I expect. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsman at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Okay. Okay, grab some popcorn. Grab some popcorn, folks. We got some cutscenes to go through. It's a good thing we're doing this early. What can we do? Let's bring the Black Mage so get some XP. Okay, we got some story to go through. Let's do this.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
It's good to hear Khan Isina's voice actor for once.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together.
Amek's voice sounds appropriate as well.
In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends, let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the East.
We haven't heard the voice acting from that pirate captain yet. What does her voice sound like?
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways.
Merle Woob. Her voice sounds appropriate here as well. I like it.
If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic. Subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions. and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
And of course, we get some
way. Sorrow.
we get something. So, who could possibly be interfering now?
History must be changed.
What? Who's talking? I don't understand. What?
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
Twins?
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Yeah.
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
The twin dooms. We're talking about the twins? Or is it something else that's more vague?
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
How did they get to Thancred that easily?
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
A vague.
Alizé and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
Yes, some sort of a warning. A vague one.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Yeah, a black void of some kind. Doesn't really help, though.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian La Hebrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
And just by pure coincidence, we were able to lay out a plan by him. So yeah, hopefully you were able to watch all of those cutscenes there, but yeah. So we do get a good cast of voices in this. I don't know which one you found the most interesting, but I definitely like Lys's voice. She's pretty good. Never have I encountered such a phenomenon. If this is magic, it is beyond my ken. Yeah, when it comes to Kanisina's character, we don't see her a lot in Missionary Quest, but she does appear in crucial moments like this. If the Ashes are indeed responsible, we must take steps to protect ourselves, though I know not how. Yeah, how do you do that? It can have any moment. Don't worry about Thancred. I'll send word as soon as there's any change. I just tried to call Oriunger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Oriunger. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started... What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. Alright. We'll meet you there. That was Oriunger. You heard the voice too. In Thanaland? As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Oriunger, there can be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question. One to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. And we got Endure. Endure. That's the emote. Okay. Prelude in Violet. Still going. Okay. Oriunger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way. Okay.
Orianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to...
Again?
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
Again. Again. What is going on?
I hear it too.
What?
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Rianger!
Throw wide the gates.
Again, vague warnings. Like, what does this all mean?
No! No, this can't be happening!
And we need to get to the Elder Seed Seer right away.
Ishtola! Rianger! Open your eyes!
We need to bring them to Elder Seed Seer right away.
Open your eyes, I beg you!
That is unfortunate. And we didn't even do anything.
Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
What is going on here? What is going on? Why are we safe and they are not? Okay, we need to bring the Elder Seed Seer into this. Now, what is going on? Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Tancred languishes in a like state like in Limamigo? I'm afraid so, though given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I'll send word to Lizzie that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus we will rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hori. That we will. But first things first. Our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Laminza. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Okay. So, story is progressing. Hopefully, this will be going good. We'll be seeing our first Shadowbringers area soon, I hope. Okay. Aft Castle. I remember seeing this so many times. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. Okay.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You don't have to bear this burden alone.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Okay. Back to Mordona. Okay. We get a touching moment with Alize. Okay. The Rising Stones. How many times you have to come back here during Heaven's Ward? Okay. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Ori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone. Mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days. Some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphinaud to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Okay. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. A lot of meanwhiles in Stormblood. Do we get voice acting with the Emperor for once?
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool? When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
Still no voice acting for the Emperor.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern.
So again, somebody is in charge, but who is it though?
Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
And
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Yes, they're aware, sadly.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine.
How do they stop them from respawning?
Lest you forget, you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game.
Yeah, sir. How do you deal with the ISIS anyway? How do you get rid of them? Who knows?
Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
So you kill one body and they respawn to another. So how do you really get rid of them? How do you really get rid of them, though? Meanwhile, at the Resistance encampment, somewhere in the Empire. So many of these things. World. How did they all die? Their souls have been drained? Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds, nor any evidence of battle. Damn them. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Garabania. A gas. Black Rose, it was called. And to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned, and its vile fruit destroyed. but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? It's getting dark. Nay. Wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Ashians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ashes and put an end to their plot. And wonder where his escort is. Yeah, you know, the Empire, Maxima. What happened to him? A History of Violet. So that was probably another set of MSQs that was released in the patch. So while you waited for the next expansion, you get something soul searching. Oh boy, we still got more. Cool. Okay.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjury. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Oh, Creel.
Cryle! I thought you busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Cryle. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
I'm glad I turned on voices. It also helps me take a break from narrating, but it helps me appreciate the delivery. Again, at least I'm hearing the latest version of these voiceovers, not like the previous ones, which I hear was bad. I haven't seen them, but I'm taking the people's word for it.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
So that's what that thing is. So, the story continues to thicken. Oh my god, we gotta travel all the way over there. Yes, we have to go back to the cave. Man, you would think there would be a teleporter or something by there by now. Nope. Still nothing. So we're back to Idleshire. Did I pronounce it right? So this is the closest thing to teleport. And then, only then you can fly. Okay, so we just gotta travel back to that cave again. Man. How unfortunate. Scale! Hey Scale, welcome back. It's been a long time. What games did you play again, Scale? I've been very, very busy, Scale. It's good to see you again, man. I don't know what games we played again, but it's good to see a familiar face here, man. Unfortunately, I'm currently going through the story as best I can, so we'll be doing other games here. So the plan here right now, Scale, just grab some popcorn because we're basically going through the main story of this game. Even if you don't know anything about Final Fantasy or anything like that, there's voice acting in this game. Not all cutscenes have voiceovers, but you will get the experience, definitely experience voice acting. You need to draw for a while. Wait, you're an artist? I wish I could. Well, here's the thing, Scaled. I don't mind being on BC, but I really gotta go through this story here. So I'm trying to reach the next expansion to this game called Shadowbringers. I think it came out in 2017 or 2018, was it? Or 2019 was it? I don't remember. But yeah, this is something that's been delayed for like a month or two. So just grab some popcorn here because we're gonna do some story here. Please do keep having a little speech to yourself. You can be awfully sensitive at times. Yeah, it's called Shadowbringer Scale. It came out all those years ago, and I'm experiencing it here for the first time. This is the only MMO I have time for. So, I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. Okay?
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
Lots of things that happen in this game.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated? If it had, oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
Well, how did they make it there? How did they make it there?
I realize we've barely begun here, but...
How did they make it there?
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Wow. Hope you enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed that voice acting. It does happen more often in some main scenario quests in this game. I think it happens on some side quests as well, but it definitely happens on the main scenario quests. Cool. Still not the next expansion yet, but it still keeps going. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. I've never seen a soul's thread so abruptly before. There's more characters than that, but yeah. Apparently the voice acting to this game before was worse. There were like at least 2 other versions, and apparently they were worse. So this one is the best one they finally got. That's the story. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alpinaud is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. Okay. A defector's tidings. Yeah, so I wonder what's going on with those guys. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said. Unless, there's no point speculating. Lise says she notified the guards of our coming. Lise, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamegan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alpinaud's plight, and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Yes, even though this is an MMO, there is a story to this. A single-player story, kind of. You got your dungeons, you got your raids, you got your trials. Yeah. I was hoping to have concluded this yesterday, but nope, I needed more time. So don't worry, I'm not doing the grinding and stuff. Just grab some popcorn because we got this story to cover. Oh, we're in the wrong way. Yeah, so let's see. How did they make it back here? They must have an explanation. Okay. Okay. So what's going on? They made it! Somehow.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night.
Jesus. Oh boy.
It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Convenient.
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
Who's gonna be the next casualty?
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Yep. So that event already has stolen the souls of a couple of important characters already. Jesus. So, Alphinode is safe. Alphinode is safe. For the present, at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lee tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. Yep. Yeah, the storytelling for this game definitely has gotten better. If you're patient enough to go through the rest of the game, it does get better. It doesn't feel like it drags on and on like in the early game. So I'm not sure if this is the kind of stories for you, but even the Final Fantasy games from back in the day were mostly linear too. So you're just along for the ride. Sure, you can have interesting games like Baldur's Gate 3 where you can make many choices, especially if they're evil, but there's nothing wrong with having something more basic, quote unquote. Anyway, we got some... I wonder what's going on over here. So we got some emissaries here, okay. Yeah, so we got lots of people here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the Stip tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Naxia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I am glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. Yeah, we got some things to tell you. I thank you for bringing me news of Alvinode. His fate is never far from my thoughts. And not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamiga would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive from a shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Allagan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend. Perhaps Serious Aegis or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azuzla firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I am no Ishtola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course, time being of the essence, it would be best if you made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Okuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are settled and ready, my lord. Wear the storms. Cool. Do we get another long cutscene here? Serious Wall. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Okay. 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 So we still got quite a bit of story. I hope this will be concluded, because I don't want this to go on for another week. Okay. Okay. So we use the dungeon, but we get this. Nice.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Like the visuals and the camera work here.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. 4,000, 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Nice.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us. Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
How convenient. What? Already?
It's Alphino.
How freaking convenient.
What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
Yeah. I had a feeling that when that happened, I was like, oh no, is somebody else gonna go unconscious as well?
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Guys von Balzar, I guess.
Aye. Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible! There's no way you could have survived!
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility, and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno C. Galvas.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
You know what this reminds me of? That Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the cloning facility. There's also a cloning facility for that, for a very popular character that's antagonist in that series. So if one dies, another one gets summoned. Except here, it's very fast. Yeah, it gets produced very fast. So, yeah, that's the one we saw.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
Nor mine, I think. Yes, you're right, there are more important matters. Way more!
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Doma.
You know, I thought the expansion was going to be finding Alphinode, but nope. It came sooner than expected. What uncanny timing that Master Alphinodes should be returned to us just as we were testing the barrier. I can only hope a cure can be found for his malady. Otherwise, the War Council has ended in unanimous agreement to forestall the Empire's expansion plans in this region. Our allies are willing to send troops to fight in Eorzea. Even should our alliance send a contingent to Eorzea, I will stay here in Doma and eat the remainder of our forces. As much as we enjoy taking Imperial heads at your side, we cannot leave our borders undefended. Okay. Alphinode is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphinode is lost in a sleep form which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Elise. I do, but Alfinaud is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion. Yours and your brother's both. Alright, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Siryu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay, save for some few who boast teleportation magics. The bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldonar Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating distances in question, we're in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldonar friends will consent to any involvement in military operations. But I am certain they'll afford Alfinaud a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a chirurgeon accompany him every elm of the way to the Rising Stones. Yeah, my thanks, Lord Hien. Uragiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo. Enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad, indeed, to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose Chemical Plant. Jesus, how many times we see this?
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention.
Oh, I don't like this guy already. I don't like him, and he doesn't like him either.
A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
He's being sarcastic.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Is there gonna be a running gag how many times he's gonna kill his body?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity.
but you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Now that is good delivery. I don't know about you, but that was great delivery. I don't think I could have done that better. I could try, but I digress.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
Are you so overconfident, Solus?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed.
Trying to imagine when I saw it. Trying to imagine if you saw this in the first place back in the day. I think everybody wanted to see this guy being confronted.
Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the Founding Father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus. Like grandsire, like grandson, hey?
Oh boy, I can't wait for him to eventually be defeated.
If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
He's gonna get shot? No. I was hoping for a running gag, but... Parlay on the front lines. Oh boy. Here we go again. Here we go again. We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Akuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste, and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lays. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we are to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Okay. Wow. Still going. No, seriously, I still plan to do the other games, but I'm surprised this is still going. But it's better to get this done now than worry about it later. At least I did do 3 or 4 hours yesterday. But yeah, just grab some popcorn. You're watching a main storyline that came out all those years ago. This is the main game. Ah, you must be the signed party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters. Okay?
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, were our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
Yeah, we just found out more about the Ascians.
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Gods, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I'll be there. We gotta do it anyway.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Jesus. All this build-up, you know? All this build-up. Definitely more entertaining than the previous expansions. Is Emperor Varys enthralled to the Ascians? That is the question. Yeah. If Charlemagne could not negotiate peace with the Empire, I doubt war can be avoided here, but every moment we steal for our preparations will count in the final reckoning. Should the Empire decide to ignore the rules of parley, we could be fighting far sooner than we like. Weapons close. Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an Emperor waiting too long, shall we? Hold on a second. Wow. So yeah, we're at this. Okay, we're going to the thing immediately. Oh boy. Here we go. This doesn't look good.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. to recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please, If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Oh, we can't go to the other side of the table. Oh, what a shame. For a moment, I feared our talks would descend into violence there and then. Alisaie speaks of her dislike for politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. I do much wonder at Emperor Varys' decision to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties. But what then is his goal? It's true that Limsa Lominsa's beginnings were not wholly honorable, but old wrongs do not make the Empire's deeds right. Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from this path. Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something? I think Alisaie is right. For years we have warred with the Empire when with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I will not squander it with bitter words. Phew. This is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alphinaud would have done. Tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle, it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though. So why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? They have some insight to share. I will say one thing for this Varys. He is well versed in yours in history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies. Yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. Then it's up to us to change that, here and now. You would have me ask the Emperor himself. Well, if there is some wisdom in that. If he can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does not mean sailing close to the wind. This parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys' relationship with the Ascians. As had we all, yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact. And if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man, if you indulge me. Lord Hien, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, or else in the heavens. Come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden. the only worship permitted being that of Radiance's own person. Don't say anything. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with fervor, and there's others reserved for the divine. It's a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if the discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varys to reveal something. 12 have mercy. But for Lady Alice's timely interjection, we might well have come blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varys left us with a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of this parlay? Have you something to say, Ray of Light? Say nothing, as Zenos Radial says, but they know! Invite Varys to explain himself. I mean, what can we do? You believe he's more apt to reveal the truth if you put him at his ease? Yep, you're right. Thank you. You spoke in with everyone then? Good. Now, all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affair surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the barrens said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more.
World domination. Same old dream.
No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences.
Dictatorship. Never see this go bad.
There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna see this go bad. Okay.
What in Rolga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds?
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys! Do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
That's the twist that they've been waiting for. Yeah.
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance, for bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Your prize is a lie. Your masters, demons.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence. Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard.
That was attempted in Mass Effect 3. Sort of.
An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
That sounds too good to be true.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Yes, more death, because yes, that really worked out well before. Lovely.
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Yes.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
Yes, more death, because that's a good thing. More death.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps.
Oh, yes.
But what of the other worlds, your Radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
How do you know that's going to work? It's not a guarantee. How do you know that's going to guarantee that?
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler?
Hmm.
The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
That's an insult. In a good way.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
I don't think the choice really matters, does it? I don't think it really matters, does it? If this was Baldur's Gate 3, it would have been even more alternative. We can defeat the Ascians as we are.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me.
Well, you've been told.
Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Yes, world domination. It'll work so well. Parlay on the front lines. Yes. 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 Yeah, world domination. It works so well, doesn't it? Yeah. It's another war. Yep. Yes, I think it's because of the, if it wasn't for the Ascians, I think the Empire would be a different thing entirely. Is there anybody else here we can talk to as an option? It doesn't look like it, no. Nope. Looks like that's it. Looks like that's it. I'm bringing back to find Doma's advance party ready waiting for battle. So as warring our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. Yeah. The face of war. Having listened to Emperor Varys' maniacal plans, Lizzie is ready to go to war. Yay, oh boy. Alright. Still going. We're still going. Wow.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Dorma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I guess so.
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
Sure.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
And this is an MMO. I respect that. And all of this without Baldur's Gate 3 being made yet. Or at least not out yet.
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right.
I don't know. It's uncertain.
So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
Oh, Alice is being vulnerable. I respect that.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
I hope that's not bad foreshadowing, please, game. But it's nice to have Alice be vulnerable for once. We all need to be vulnerable at some point. I almost cried there. That was touching. Meanwhile... the Gimlet Dark. Is this a trial? Oh boy, here we go. Another dungeon. That's a lot. Okay. I thought we would be finished by now, but nope. It's still going. I guess we're gonna go with the White Mage this time. Why not? I don't want to wait long for this queue. Look at that. Not even 2 seconds. It's a dungeon already. Okay. 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 This looks like a world war. Yeah, it looks like either World War I or World War II. You be the judge. And imagine, this is an MMO. The visuals are amazing. Wow. It's another dungeon. I was not expecting this at all. As much as I like to do the bonus games, we have to get to the next expansion. And that way, if they're not done, I'm not rushing this time. But this has been long overdue. Man, imagine the amount of time it took to design this. It's a freaking war zone. Wow. Wow. And we're not even at the credit sequence yet for the next Storyblot either. Wow. Wow, what an adventure this is. I know we're not doing the bonus games yet, but I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. Yeah, don't waste your energy. Yes, we get a battlefield dungeon. Cool. Wow. This game continues to surprise me. That's new. That is a new indication. And I die. Whoops. Can one of them revive or no? Well, hopefully it'll be enough to kill this thing. That's a new mechanic that you gotta deal with. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can do it. It'll be enough. As long as as long as the warrior can use his healing abilities, we should be able to do it. So when he's doing the rotation, you just stay there. Got it. Still got enough health. Cool. Well, you just have to survive just a little longer. As long as he can keep the mitigation abilities going, he should be okay. Uh-oh. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. They got it. No, that mechanic screwed me over, but honestly, don't be afraid to die. You're gonna fail. Just like Rainbow Six Siege when it first started. I don't know where to look things over. Alrighty, the first line. So, how is this poison gas gonna come into play here? Okay. Wow. Now I regret not doing this sooner. Okay. Trust me, I will do the other game, but we have to do this. At least make it to the start of the expansion. Especially when unlocking the first area. At the very least. Yeah, they weren't kidding. MMOs have lots of content. The question is, are you interested in going through the content? Wow, great visuals here. Oh, and there are allies.
Ready?
Wow, Liz is in the front lines as well. Wow. Wow. For once, the NPCs that we know of are actually fighting alongside us, and not just the bosses. Wow. Prometheus. What the hell is this? Hey. I do admit, it's nice to see some different mechanics for once and different enemies. And for a repetitive MMO like this, it's a good thing. Oh boy. Wonder what mechanics we're gonna deal with here. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Wow, this is still Stormblood. I'm amazed. Okay. Some new mechanics. Okay. I think it's safe to say that the mechanics from level 0 to 50 are a lot easier to deal with. So it's obviously getting a little bit more tricky. Okay. Wow. Still going, by the way, with this story. Okay. We got ourselves a battle. So Okay. Alright, we got this, boss. This one is relatively straightforward. How are we gonna deal with the end of this? The Field of Ash. Even Connie's seen everybody else is fighting.
You underestimate me.
Wow. Wow, even our allies or in the NPCs we're talking to are in the dungeon as well. Okay, that is touching. I didn't think the production value of this game was going to pick up significantly, but hey, at least we're doing something different. I respect them. Wow. You're paying attention. If you're paying attention to the story, and you know at least some of these characters, you'll appreciate them, I think. Oh. For once, we actually see the NPCs do battle and not just do diplomacy. Wow. This is kind of like Mass Effect 3 in a way, except Mass Effect 3 was a lot more bloody, and you don't know who is going to win. Wow, this is still going. I'm not complaining, I'm just amazed that they put this much effort. Because the way they told this story, I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's that Hexadrone again. Remember that from the previous dungeons? I think we saw that in the previous dungeon the first time. Lacey's here. So instead of a duty instance, we actually do an actual dungeon and our allies join us. I like that. Cool. How are we going to deal with this problem? That's what I'm thinking. Oh, got another one. Well, the story just got even wider. Oh! Ow. Dang. Okay. Okay.
Time to get serious!
Okay. Who are we going to meet at the end of this? The two bodyguards and... No cutscene? There's no voiceovers for this. Oh. Used to. Nice visuals, game. Okay. So we get 2 bosses. But how is this gonna be dealt with? How is this gonna be dealt with? I don't know. What kind of mechanics we gotta go here? Oh. Okay, we get hit. Oh, we've seen this before. That was just phase 1. Okay. Okay. Again, love the backgrounds here. Oh, I remember this. Gotta do an AoE to get rid of them. Okay. 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 Cannot revive the other one. It's too late. Okay. 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 So. Okay. So they're blowing themselves up? Well, that's kind of unfortunate. Or not. Oh, of course. They did not get defeated, just... yeah. So there's something more to this. Something's up. Okay, I don't need this loot, so... okay, I don't need this. Get rid of that. So, the story continues to thicken here. Okay. Okay. By the way, great visuals. What's going on with this battle here? What is the purpose of this? Is there something more to it?
We did it! I dare say they'll be reeling from this.
Something's not right. It felt a little too straightforward, right? I don't know.
You were truly inspiring in battle, my friend. I'm determined not to be outdone, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance.
Seems a little too easy.
Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
I don't think it's over that quickly. Something's up. There it is again.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity.
Who's trying to warn us all this time?
Throw wide the gates.
What gates?
No,
what is...
no.
What's up with these gates they're warning? What's up with these talk about gates and all this? And now she's gone. Jesus.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right?
Somehow, why are we still standing? Why are we still standing? Why?
Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
Why are we still standing? Why are we spared while they are not? Like, why? Why? So, the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was more than a test of our strength, like as not. They won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help, and that of our eastern allies, we passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alice, well, she's in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the chirurgeons have completed their examination of Mr. Salazar, and it is as we feared. She is locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Yep. Just like the others. Damn it. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is to see to it that Alice is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yugir and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge. But you'll be on no good to anyone without the rest. Yep. Go on now. Rest. You more than earned it. We'll contact you the moment the Garleans show any sign of steering. Wow. So Roban is here, but nobody else. Wow. Again, the storytelling continues to entertain me. Wow, it's still going. This is still going. Okay, back to the Rising Stones again. Ah, welcome home. Word has it you and Mr. Salazar gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mr. Salazar? I was certain she would have returned by now. Well, 12, not her too. Orcher and I will be ready at the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tara post-haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Coltonet, Krill, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You are still hale and whole, after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being, at least. The Face of War. And that's another dungeon, by the way. Wow. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. Ah, it's him. It's him again. Once again, we continue to make progress. A brief reprieve. Yours is a welcome face indeed in these troubled times. Though if you've come to inquire about our stricken brothers and sisters, I am afraid I have naught to report. Coltonet and the others continue to their tireless search for answers, and I too have done all in my power to assist them. Alas. Apologies for the intrusion. I was told Master Alphinaud had been brought here, and wished to see if his condition had improved. Oh. It's you. Master Inio, I've heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire's forces. Thank you. That you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean's lips, but I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland. Because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. It will seem a small price to pay if it helps prevent this conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphinaud. An acquaintance of Inio and Alphinaud, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company, if you will follow me, sir. When word reached me that Alphinaud had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad. It pains me to see him thus. But I take solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The Populares could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I traveled here in the company of another acquaintance of yours. He awaits my return at North Silvertear, and I am certain he will be glad to see you. Assuming you can spare the time, that is. Okay, we're still going. Well, it's a good thing we started early. It's a good thing we started off as early as I could, because I didn't realize this would go on for this long. But hey, better to be doing this now than later. Think of it this way. Don't need to worry about this the next day. Oh, is it who I think it is? Yeah. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you would not come. It sounds like you've been through the mill. Should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls isn't exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Gester Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration to me. Most Garlands would say he's a traitor, that he turned his back on his country. We of the Populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, man willing to defy the Empire's dreams of subjugation, that his intentions might bring about a better future for all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an Imperial defector who thought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I'm humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, we heard from Roban that you ran into an old friend in the burn. Is it true? Gaia still lives. Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claimed to have severed ties with the Empire to hunt Ascians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Commander Aldine also spoke of the Alliance's meeting with the Emperor, though I still labor to believe what he told us. Did these Radians really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Ascians? But that is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being rails against it, and yet I see there is no escaping the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Ascians must be stopped, to save my people, to save all peoples. For all the Empire's many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambitions may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Syrio's wall was a good start, but we can do more, and we will. We'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Taking your pardons, I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Oh boy, this better be good. Commander Aldine requests your presence at Alliance headquarters in Alamigo. He will discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. Ah yes, the inevitable messenger. I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you away. Time, no doubt, of being the essence. Could I tempt you to a ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to Roban's side, I will personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. Okay. I too will make board for the border anon. If there's aught I can do to help, I consider it my duty to see it done. Okay. I swear, every time you board my ship, you seem to be barreling headlong into danger. And every time, you somehow contrive to emerge victorious. Which, of course, is an admirable skill. But no one is invincible. Not even you. So please, take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines. Though ill-equipped to join the fray, I should do all I can to assist from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating facilities by air. See that you aren't among them, eh? Yep. Okay. Okay. A Requiem for Heroes. Okay. Wow, it's still going. This is still going. And we have a duty instance already. Okay. Let's bring in our Dark Knight for once. Oh boy, we have several cutscenes again. Okay, here we go.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Hian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
We need to. We need to. You need only to say the word. We have to. We have to. Even if I'm not the most prepared.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Once again.
Why won't they open? Please. I bid you open.
What gates? What gates we have to open? Please tell us what to open.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
Yeah, what gates we gotta
Are
open?
you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
My God, why we're still standing? Shouldn't
May
we?
Relga grant us strength.
Why are we still standing? Should we be down like the others?
Give 'em hell, lad. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Yeah, the storytelling here is definitely captivating. Oh, yes. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. Jesus, how many times are we going to have this? Take a shot every time that happens. Oh, boy. We get to fight as Lord Ian. Oh, that's freaking wonderful. But I don't know. Oh boy. So we got... Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Jesus, how many times we gotta fight this guy?
Yeah.
I mean, how many times we gotta fight against this guy? Man, how many times? Like, how many times we gotta fight against this guy? And how do we get healed here anyway?
This one's for you, Ida.
See, we get some nice banter that you don't get from the chat bubbles. So that's why I'm keeping the voices on. You never know. Yeah. How many times you gotta fight this guy and we can't do anything about it? I don't know about you, but it's kind of getting a little annoying. Like, you can't do anything about him. How many times you gotta kill this guy? And how do we get heals here? Oh. Okay. Are we finally gonna deal with this guy finally? This is getting a little tiring. So many times we fought against this Xenos guy. Thought we defeated him at Stormblood, but now he's alive. Again. Okay. Art of the Sword. Whatever that means.
Here it comes!
The weave of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
Amazing presentation by the combats, you know. Oh man, how many times are we gonna fight against this guy? Like, come on. Yes. Like, when we fought against Xenos, even as the main character, like, we know nothing's gonna happen because there's not much we can do. And how are we supposed to beat him again? Okay, it's the same patterns, more or less. Yeah, this is a new thing that the game does. We get to roleplay as someone else. Yeah. So, something else. Yeah. Is there anything we can do against this guy? Anything? Is there anything we can do? Oh, finally. So, we finally get some choreography.
Fall, fiend!
Oh no. This is not good.
Ah!
You get it!
Is there anything we can do to beat this guy? It's getting tiring. It's getting a little tiring. Is there anything we can do against this guy for once? Because it's getting a little annoying. So, we face off again. Okay.
Magic. With a Garlean body. That's hardly fair.
Yep.
Still, he must be stopped. No matter the cost.
We tried that in Stormblood, and now we're doing it again. There's better be something here. There must be something to be done here. Oh my god. Please, there must be something. And then we do the final showdown, supposedly. Or we have to fight against this guy against Shadowbringers.
Bringer of light. It has been too long.
How many times we gotta fight you?
No words to mark our reunion? So be it.
You bore me, Xenos. How many times has this been that we gotta fight you? Like a Saturday morning cartoon.
Equilibrium must be restored. And only your death will redress the balance.
How are we gonna defeat him? We just fight him and then eventually attacks. What do we do? What can we possibly do here? That's not different from the previous encounters. There must be something to this fight. Oh, thanks for reminding me that we're fighting as our main character. Is there anything we can do? So we gotta fight him again. So we do the same thing again. We cause some damage, and something's gotta give here. Something. I mean, how do we kill this guy? So we experienced in a Stormblood. Supposedly he died, but he doesn't. So you do the same attacks, avoid patterns, but what's gonna be the kicker this time? So he eventually causes enough damage, but what's the catch here? Okay. More or less the same patterns like before, but what's different this time? So Orianger is down. No one is alive. So who's gonna be the savior? Wait a minute, it's Estinian. Where the hell is Estinian? If you don't remember that dragon guy, we haven't seen him in a while. So he saved us in Stormblood earlier. So is he gonna make his grand appearance here? So you basically you gradually take away some of his hit points away, but something's got to give here. Something has to give. Oh. Okay. What's the big kicker here? What is the difference this time? Okay, kill these things on the side. Okay. 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 So, what's the big kicker here? Oh, so you got spawning balls of death. Okay. Okay. Is this gonna be truly it this time? Because you take out the health away, and then eventually he's I digress. Okay. Okay. So looks like his health is not being regained this time. But what is the big catch here? Why is his health not going back up? Is there something more to this? There has to be something to this. Okay, we got... Okay. So his health is not going up this time. Okay. I think it's a bit fitting that I chose the Dark Knight for this. Okay. Okay, what's the catch this time? So we get the health down. What's next?
I see.
Really? He's dead? I don't think so. Let's see. Yep.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
How many times we gotta fight you?
Please, I beseech you.
What? What are you trying to tell us? Why are you being so vague? Gates.
Someone calls to you.
Yes.
Too late, alas.
So, what is this clue? Wait, is this is what I think it is? It's been...
At last, I found you.
Yes. Who are you? Who are you?
Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet.
Okay. What's
But
the...
the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
What needs to be done? Who are you? That's my question. Who are you?
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest.
I mean, we have nothing to lose. Despite, like, doing another senseless battle against Xenos.
Soon, we will throw wide the gates.
Yes.
And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
So, back to the Crystal Tower that we saw in Realm Reborn. Well, we have nothing to lose. Either that or people are going to continue to die.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
We got a problem. A big one. What happened? That's my question. What happened?
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons. Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont. Estinian never was one for emotional farewells.
Yes. Yes, Estinian. What? Yep. I had a feeling. Yep. I was wondering when he was making another appearance.
Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
That sounds good. But what about those people that are dead? Oh, wait. We have to deal with that figure. Something's up. We got a problem. What about the science? What's going on with them?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now.
We got a problem. We got a problem.
You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you.
Yes, but we got a problem.
Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest.
We hear that a lot, but the story's not over yet.
But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you.
Another touching moment here.
Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Yes, something's up. Justinian is sort of like the Batman in this story, coming in to help when we are at our lowest. Well, this is the most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to bed. When I heard that you had collapsed on the field of battle, I confess I feared the worst, but with you standing here before me, I see now that the reports of you defeated were greatly exaggerated. The fury. As long as we have you, history suggests we have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's effects can already be felt even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, our Tyrell will soon be departing for the front lines with a contingent of our finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided on your next destination. Dark days lie ahead, of that I have no doubt. But the light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press onward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Why are you saying the same thing as he is? Oh. Like father, like son, sort of? I don't know. I forgot. Never mind. I forgot. We're still going. Wow. We are still going. So, we got this thing we gotta go to. Okay. It's a lot quieter here at the Rising Stones. Now we somehow are still alive.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
You get voice acting. Yay. Can you give me a hug? No? Too much to ask, game? Can we not give this Tataru a hug or a head pat? Come on.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on?
Yeah, we got a problem. Yeah, we got a long story to tell you, Tataru. A big one.
Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him.
Maybe. Maybe.
Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize... You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own, do you hear me?
Oh. We need to find out what's going on.
So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home.
No freaking headpat? Taru, seriously? No hugs? Come on, game. Come on. That's what they did right with this game.
As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it now that the tower has been sealed shut?
Well, we have a problem.
There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's Find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
Touching. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Jesus, how many times have we had that happen?
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
Ooh, boy.
A minor setback. He will not escape me again.
Just when we thought Xenos would kill the Stormblood, nope, he's not dead yet.
Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril.
This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
And he's gonna make an appearance again, isn't he? Or not.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Ah, yes. Nice jump scare game. Nice jump scare game. Oh, is that what I think is happening? Yes, we made it. We made it, finally. So we made it to the end of Stormblood, and now we have to go to the Crystal Tower to rescue our friends. These are the original concept arts? Wow. Man, if these are the original concept arts for these characters, amazing. Too bad some of them did not make it to the final game. Well, it took 3 hours, but we finally made it to the end. We're going to have to do at least 1 or 2 more quests to reach the first area of Stormblood, at the very least. Usually they do that, like Stormblood did, but who knows. I have to admit, the concept arts look really good. It kind of translated it very closely to the actual game itself, but it looks really good. And there's Gusitsu. Great concept arts. Hey man, imagine all these stores gonna be lined up at Endwalker. I can only imagine what that's like. Oh yes, Yotsuyu. Was that Yotsuyu? Yeah, she's unfortunately had to die. She didn't want to stay alive, so. And again, say what you want about the characters, but whoever drew them, hey, nice, right? Looks good. Wow. Great art, by the way. Great art. And now we got the long cast, the credits we gotta do. Yep. The customary credits, and we bet we have a cutscene to go through. Main scenario writers, lead quest designer. Yep. At least they finally did do something different with the quest this time around. At least try something different. They did play it safe. Oh, what happened to her? Is she still a prisoner? I guess she still is a prisoner. I don't know if Hexern is watching, but hey, I finally made it. This should have been done sooner. Okay. Got a credit sequence here. I'll wait a little bit. Hold on a second. Quick initiating. Alright, sorry about that. So I'm gonna take a quick break after this credit sequence is done, along with another cutscene. Just another going through all the adventures we've done so far. Remembering all the characters who went through so far. We saw Maxima, but not the other henchman of his. Wonder where he is now. Animators. They clearly made Asahi's eyes really evil to emphasize that he's not good. Yeah. It's too bad Yotsuyu did not choose to be redeemed. She went to die. Oh yeah, and the VFX artist. Great. So I don't know what's happening to Guzitsu, but he's retired now. I bet they did some motion capture as well, right? Yeah, the production value definitely has gone up after all these years, even though playing it safe, though. Nice. Yep, they clearly made his eyes evil. It was obvious. The choirs. They put just as much effort to these post-expansion MSQs, just as much as they did for the main expansion. So like I said, we finally got through it. We're almost at the home stretch. I believe we only had to do like maybe one quest or something until we reach the next area. And when we unlock. So once that happens, that's it. We're gonna stop right there. Wow, this is still going. Wow. But say what you want about this game, it did save Square Enix from bankruptcy. That's what the story goes. Alright, almost done with these credits. Wow, it's still going. Still going. I don't want to speed these credits up, though. Even though this is an MMO, a lot of people were required to make this possible. I respect that. Wow. English, French, German. How many languages you usually translate and localize? English, French, German. That's it? Maybe there's more. Yeah, we have to do something. How are we gonna save these allies of ours? How is that gonna happen? Still going. And an interesting return from one of the characters. Wasn't expecting that boss from the Ultimate to make a reappearance in this game. That's an interesting surprise. I didn't recognize his voice though. How are we gonna revive them, or how are we gonna even save them at all? if it's even possible. And why are we chosen? Still going with these credits. Motion capture. There you go. You need a lot of people for motion capture. Lots of engineers just to make this game possible. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. Okay. Gotta wait for this credits to finish because there is gonna be a cutscene I have to look over. And after that, we'll stop for a bit. Well, this is the sign that we made it. Finally. So, how many expansions is it gonna take to deal with the Guardian Empire? I would know. But I'd be genuinely surprised if it can be taken care of in one expansion. At all. Who knows? Gee, I wonder how much money did they spend to rework this back in 2012, 2011. Oh, we're getting close to the end of the credits here. So we have our battle with Xenos again. How many times are we gonna fight this guy? Like, how many times? The game pulls a gotcha. Oh, you thought he defeated him in Stormworld, but nope. Not yet. Nope, not yet. You know, I'm surprised he didn't die. But something tells me something's gonna have to happen sooner or later. There's lots of divisions to make this game. I don't want to skip these credits because I want to see them at least once. Some people actually replay these expansions, you know, just to see it all over again. We're almost at the end of these credits, I think. I don't remember what the last section is, but it feels so rewarding to have made it. Finally, after all this time. I wonder who this guy is. That's what everybody was thinking when this first came out. Ooh, where's the story going to go from here? And how? And how are we going to continue on when our allies are downed? Everybody was saying that back then. Everybody's kept that suspense. I mean, you spent 2 years to make an expansion. Then who knows, then probably another 2 years to do the main scenario quest in turn too. No, 2 years and 2 years, and then you need to spend another 2 years patching the game to add more content, I guess. Almost done. I'm actually amazed this game is still going after all these years. Definitely is making a good amount of money for Square Enix. Despite some of their games not doing so well, this game is still something that sells, that's doing well. Just like Ubisoft's Rainbow Six Siege. And then the story, despite being safe, it's still interesting. I'll give it that. I mean, doing an MMO is nothing like a single player / co-op game. Nope, not the same. So, what's going to be leading up to the next expansion? So we have to go to Crystal Tower to get a beacon that supposedly is going to be done by whoever we just talked to. I don't think we've ever seen that figure before. Only way to find out. Still going. I think GTA 5's credit sequence was longer than this. I could be wrong, though. Still going. Well, looks like we're getting close to the end here. Because we got just a black screen now. And then eventually reach the moment of truth, the person in charge of this game that helps save it. And after that, I think we get something before the game returns us to Mordona. Wow, it's still going. I thought we would be finishing this sooner, but hey. Yeah, there's no way. Even if I had started this earlier yesterday, no, there's no way I would have finished it yesterday either. Because it's still going. That was another 3 hours. Wow, it's still going. Speaking of customer support, how good is customer support in this game? You can't just have people creating content. You need to have support systems as well, right? Oh, here we go. We're going into the Q&A part. And we get all the QAs. Like most of the major bugs, you try to find them before you release it to the public. Granted, even QAs may not find all the bugs, but at least you try to avoid the big ones from getting released. Legal counsel. Still going. Yeah. How many divisions Square Enix has? I know they have Japan, they have Europe, they have North America. Lots of people. It's no small feat to make this game and run it. I regret for waiting for this game for too long. If I had done this game earlier this year, I think I would have been at Endwalker by now. But I'm not in a rush. Really long credit sequence. Pole to win. Was that an event or something? Still going. We got Italian, German, French, Spanish. Raquel Uzal Gomez. Japanese. Senior Japanese interpreter. Japanese business. I wonder how much got lost in translation from Japanese. But then again, you have to translate it so we understand the main story. Still going. This is one long credit sequence. I thought it was going to be 2 minutes, but nope, it's going longer than 2 minutes. Lots of people involved. Yep, I'm still taking that break. I want to see what happens at the end of this credit sequence, and after that, stopping for a bit. Lots of people. Then again, we sometimes take our games granted, don't we? You really need to earn the respect of your customers. Glad this game did that. Oh, here comes the music. Orchestration. Strings. Violins. Viola. Violoncello. Did I pronounce that right? Contrabass. Long sequence. Still going. Percussions. Vocal recording director, Arnie Roth. Oh, they're mentioning the voice actors again. Okay. Motion actors. We need a lot of motion actors. Alright, we're slowly approaching the end of the credit sequence here. Starting to notice the patterns. You get the third-party contractors, the music, and eventually the man himself that is still in charge of this game after all these years. Oh yeah, the artists. Even though they could not do all the concept arts to the final release, still an entertaining story nonetheless. We're getting close. Lots of companies involved. It wasn't just Square Enix, but other third parties. Jesus. Lots of 3D artists. Still going. Most of these names I'm probably not going to remember. Maybe I'll remember the voice cast. The person in charge of this game, everyone will associate and remember. Who did the concept arts for this game? Was it Square Enix or was it a third party? They produced the 3D models? What 3D models? Imagine going back and enhancing the graphics for this game after all these years. It was no small feat, I imagine. Okay. Still going. Alright, here we go. I think we're getting there. Special thanks. Wow. It's still going. It's just not 2 minutes like I said it would be. Even though this is just an MMO, the effort put into the cutscenes, especially when it was needed, it's amazing. The artist, VFX, everything. You have to come up with these areas, you have to come up with these dungeons, you have to come up with all these areas. And somehow you have to make it interesting. No small order. Wow, still going. Mac. Still going. Wow. Put all these together to make this. And here we go. Here we are, approaching the end. We get all these companies in big logos, Havoc, Canada Type, everything. There we go. We reached the end of these credits, finally. And we get our special thanks with the director and producer of this game. What was his name again? Yoshi P or Naoki Yoshida? Oh, almost. So many of these people. The amount of money that all these people were hired to do this. Capcom. Wow, it's still going. Wow. Okay, I think we're finally reaching the end of this. Like I said, there's gonna be a cutscene that'll play, and then after that, I need to take a quick break. I need to eat. So many. So sitting through these credits is just me showing my respect for the game. Same thing as a movie. The last movie I saw was Avatar 2. I stayed for the credits. Not just for anything after the credits, but, you know, just to show respect. It's good to show respect to something that you enjoy. Still going. Wow. Long list of names. This certainly has gotten better. Yes, there's it. There it is. And all players. Yeah, 2019. So 2019 was the year Shadowbringers came out. Producer and director, Naoki Yoshida, the man responsible for saving Square Enix and this game. And I believe we're about to approach the end here. And there it is, folks. Finally. Oh, almost. Did Michael Sherlock pass away? Did Michael Sherlock pass away during the production of this game? I don't know, but if that's the case, rest in peace. Okay, there it is, finally. Alright. I'm not gonna play the cutscene yet. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Sorry to keep you all waiting, but yeah, this is still going. Yeah, sorry to keep you all waiting, Hex, Dimitri, not Joshua. But hey, we made it to the credit sequence, basically signaling the end of Stormblood, and we got either one or two more quests to go, and the signals the beginning of Shadowbringers, the expansion that I've been waiting for. Yeah, I wouldn't have finished this yesterday unless I had another 3 hours. Anyway, sorry for the wait, folks. Taro was giving us a touching speech, signaling the end of the post-MSQs for Stormblood. Okay, here we go. I knew you'd be alright. And to celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. Ahem. But now is not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers of Soit Konach's find. You go and rest while we track down that beacon. Scion's Traveler's Attire cover. Oh, I wonder what this looks like. Oh yes, this mysterious figure. Is it Estinian or someone else?
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
The mystery of this guy continues. Oh, and the Crystal Tower thing. Yes. What is going on with this? I knew I had to take a break because there were more cutscenes on the way. Yeah, how do we get into this thing? In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. In fields of a tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. Yes, we got the Circus Trench. Oh yes, we are getting close, folks. We're getting close. Okay. I don't think I have a tire here, but you know what? I'll try on this science thing as soon as possible. I'll put it in that inventory for now. Okay. We got ourselves a white oak weapon coffer and a Shadowbringers. Yay, we made it to Shadowbringers. Yay. Good news! We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, you have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Then we better go and give him a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Now we're in Shadowbringers because you hear the different music finally. Yay, but we're gonna make sure we reach the opening credits, the new area first. Shouldn't take too long, I think. Because remember how Stormblood did first start? We only had to do like maybe 1 or 2 quests, and then we finally made it. All right, here we go. We're almost at the end. We're gonna do first Shadowbringers. Yeah, we can finally change the title here for a bit. We're still doing bonus games as much as I can, but yeah, I'm reaching Shadowbringers. We're almost there. So Shadowbringers, we're almost there. We'll reach the opening credits to it soon. Okay. This is new.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Yes.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
See?
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
See? Additional dialogue that you don't see on a chat bubble.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
And I guess we're back here again. Or not. I don't know. What's going on?
It is a day for faded reunions.
And thank you for showing me the dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no
I gotta keep the voices on.
Away with you.
I must say, your spirited accounts always comes in welcome cheese.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Whoa. Who is that? What's this?
Your time has not yet come.
Divine intervention? What's going on? What's going on?
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Where are we? What is this? Wait, is that you from the beginning? Is that him?
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
What do you mean, this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me grandad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply. Yeah. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
This is one long cutscene. It looks good.
To dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Oh, we already made it to Shadowbringers. Oh, we already made it. Huh. Wow. This is Shadowbringers. We are in a completely different place and we can't use a mount. Wow. We'll finish this quest. We'll have to finish this quest and then we can do everything else. Wow. Yeah, Shadowbringers is a completely different game. We don't have our friends at all. We're in a completely different place now. Yep, none of our characters, no one to help us out. It's just us. Here in this dreamlike place. Wow.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
We can be the straightforward answer. It's all even known in this universe.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
Sadly, it does.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Everything all right, Captain?
Oh, it's you.
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Wow. This is not something I was expecting.
Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Oh boy. So, did they make it? Any other signs here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
And how is this going to help us back in the other realm where we have problems with the Empire? How is that going to help us? Yep, how is that going to help us?
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Okay. Well. Well, we made it. The social hub of the first place in Shadowbringers. Wow. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Wow. Wow. Man, we leave all our friends behind and we're now in a completely different place. But how is this gonna help us? Okay, you know what? We'll do one more because we have the questions, like big questions. How the hell are we supposed to get out of here? What's the goal? City of the First. Okay, let's do one more. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation will be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I'm sure you're only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should, in theory, be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you have done so, walk up these steps next to the Aetheryte and head to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catless, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit on the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Braggy, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you'll visit the major districts of the city, and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Get it? Ha, very good. I concede the layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share homeland with the Crystal Ecarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of the town. Until then... Why is his hand... Is that a glove? I don't know. Well... Wow. We get a different universe. Shadowbringers. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna do this entire expansion tonight. It'll take too long. But at least I want to get some answers so I can at least be prepared for the next time. Can I go through this or no? Okay. Wow. Is there other players here as well? Or is it just me? Yeah, doesn't look like a lot of people here. Imagine doing this back in 2019, when it was still new. Okay, we're gonna do the rest. This looks like something out of Harry Potter. Sort of. Wow. The shadows in this place. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna grab all the teleports. Wow. This game still amazes me after all these years. Wow, the game is taking a completely different turn. Wow. Now I completely regret for not touching this game sooner. Wow. We just gotta do these teleporters first and we should be okay. Yeah, where the teleporter should be up these stairs, I think. There should be a teleporter up here. Don't tell me he's all the way upstairs. Oh, come on. But then again, at least you don't have to travel all the way back. Okay. Wow. Okay, there should be another teleporter right around here. Yeah, here you go. There's another player here. Nice. Okay, can we go through here? No. Wait a minute, how do you get to the Whispering Gallery? Is it downstairs? How do you get to the Whispering Gallery? Is it upstairs that we gotta go to? Probably have to go back that way. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too, thanks to us in the main. We work together to procure materials and resources, and craft the goods which makes the city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Aelmoran layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor, you don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where's if you're from? Oh, no, the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. And any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, building started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city has stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He's indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all of his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you have aught to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Okay. So, where is that? Yeah. How do we make it there? How do we make it there? So, Hymnos Rockery. Yep, the Cabinet of Curiosity is the last one we gotta go to. How the hell do you get there? Oh, I think we go downstairs, right? Okay. Wow, what a huge place this is. Again, it it's like kind of looks like Hogwarts, but not really. Wow. It really comes down to the artist who made this game. And on a fantasy level, it's nice to see something different. All right. The Cabinet of Curiosity. Where is this thing we gotta talk to? Oh, it's upstairs. There should be... Oh, we still gotta go upstairs. Okay. Wow. Oh, Maureen. Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic rules, you see, and, well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap of scribbled-on parchment? No. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin, at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tombs, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Yep, a spot of academic research? Oh, so you have interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? Ahem. On with the lesson then. A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us, the Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and broaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvant, and Norvrant alone spared the fate of erasure. We spoke to Oracle of Light earlier. That's kind of convenient. The tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their effulgent presence stole the night from Norvant's sky. Even now, They circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I will be glad to retell it for you. Or if you ever speak for the other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. The flood of the light. Okay. 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 One, we got Broggy. New to the city, friend? The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome. My name is Broggy, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for elves such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. I'm actually an Elizin. Must be a dialect I'm not familiar with. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume, and the taller one is an elf, like you. That sturdy individual over there is a Galgent, whilst the one with the horns is just drawn. And then you have the large, scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for racing livestock. Those would be the Zune. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now, I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. It's a long story. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Oh, that's nice of you. Alright, so the Dozzle Gate. Can you go through that gate or not yet? Yeah, I don't think you can go through that one just yet. Nope, you gotta go through the story. All right, we still got some questions. We have to continue. I'm very curious now. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clear picture of this world and its people? It kind of did. Yeah, it kind of did. Yes. It seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but was necessary to grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted the details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Okay. Alright, we're gonna continue because we have some questions. Another one. Wow. It's ready to discuss the matters of your current whereabouts. This is something I want to know. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation we'll have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. The tower's gate lies open, then. Yes, of course. It can be opened and closed just like any other. Does that seem strange to you? I know not how the tower functioned in your time, but I assure you there is no danger of us being locked inside. Okay. Yeah, let's find out what's going on here. Why this expansion is existing in the first place. Alright, we got some questions. Do we get voice acting from this guy now? Let's see.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
Jesus Christ, that's a long freaking time. If it's Earth years, if it's Earth years and season we're going for, that's a freaking long time.
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
What? What? They can't return? What? Then find a way to send them back if you can, but I think you're gonna get that anyway.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the First was rejoined with the Source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
Well, yeah. I mean, we died. There's nothing else to do. So, I mean, fighting the Empire and Xenos, there's nothing we could do. Nothing. So, but I'll see you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
They've been here for years. Jesus. So, did they age at least? Did they at least age? Okay, I'm curious. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. Well, we get a reunion with our companions that are now aged. But how much have they aged? I mean, yes, how do we deal with the upcoming Empire thing? Because there's nothing seemed to... I mean, we just barely avoided catastrophe. Anyway, let's continue.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Convenient.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you. But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. you shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here! Of course I'm here! What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task.
Jesus. Oh boy.
This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
Jesus.
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Hey,
but answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Oh boy.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Oh boy.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send a message to the Tataru Krill. I think Tataru needs to know. Tataru.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Well, I was wondering when that would appear, and it finally did in this game. Wow. I mean, I've seen pixies. I've seen pixies on Baldur's Gate 3, but this is this version. Cool. The pendants. Yeah, I actually want to see, even though I'm sacrificing today, but at least I want to find out where the story is going to go from here. So forgive me if I'm being selfish right now. Okay. Ah, there you are. Oh, just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You have a private room here at the tenants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. They rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocular Anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. A pleasure. Okay. We actually get a cutscene for going into an inn. Nice. Very familiar. for an MMO and this being on consoles. Amazing achievement. Oh, it's you again.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
The warrior of darkness?
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant, Minfilia and my friends. They surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? 100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
Long story. Long story. Very long story.
You were summoned to save the First. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Already the presentation for Shadowbringers is much better than Stormblood and everything else before. Yeah, the production values are huge now. If you can get through a Realm Reborn and everything else, the game does reward you for your efforts. Wow. Now I regret for not doing this sooner. You have to understand a little bit of MMOs and the progression just to understand what I'm feeling right now. I'm glad I only have one MMO to worry about, and don't worry about the rest. Long series of cutscenes, by the way. Yeah, we gotta go. I really want to know what happened to our companions at the very least. At least have a teaser to what's to come. Because this the way this story is telling me, I'm very selfish right now. Wow. Everlasting light. Huh. That's an interesting way of, you know, describing the weather in this universe. Okay. A very small room. A portal to the source. Travel to the source. Okay.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest?
Well enough. I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the Flood of Light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the Flood of Light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
Okay.
So, will it be Calicia or Armareng? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin-Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
It's a good thing I leveled up ahead of time, just so I can enjoy the story a little bit. Cool. Nice. Okay, we'll do one more. Just to talk to one of them. Please, at least one of them I want to talk to. Gunbreaker. Here we go. We'll do one quest just to get a taste of what the expansion is going to be like. In search of Alphinad. Okay. You know what? Screw it. It's already 11:24. Might as well do these two. That's just to start off. It's already too late. Let's do it. Let's see how Alphinad has been doing. Wonder what his reaction is gonna be like. You'll visit Alphinad in Kalusia, then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is on an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction. Presented to Shem Denjenmai, the Master of Beasts at Timino's Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphinad, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Let's do one at a time. Because I'm pretty sure we have to come back here. Maybe. Wow. Timino's Rockery. We get a reunion for the first twin, for the twins. Sweet. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Icar, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an ammo for our passage to Colusia. I will pick you out a friendly wealth. An Amaro, you say? That's right. Mounts like my great friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further field, more accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you're plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zun worthy in the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. The Amaro launch. Whatever that's called. Yep, we're gonna do these two quests here just to get a taste of what the expansion is gonna be like. Wow. It's nice to do something different for once. You want to fly an Amaro to Colusia? Well, I suppose, if Master Genbai is going with you. But here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly. You can also use Radar Compass. Yep.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Nice. We arrived. This is Crackshell Beach on the eastern coast of Colusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you the city in the distance? That is Ilmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Ilmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority. And while we are not at war, our relationship with Ilmor is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. Now, I'm glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Let's do it. We'll do these two. If you head south along the coast, you'll eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Eivor. Eivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Colusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme that will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with you tomorrow until you're ready to return. Yep, this is one huge freaking nap. We can do that. We can do that Aetheryte first. Yeah, let's do this Aetheryte first. Might as well just do these reunions first because I'm already interested. Thankfully, this is not going to be as bad as the next time around. Man, imagine experiencing this for the first time back in 2019. Wow. 2019, and Endwalker came out in 2021. Wow. What are you after? Fish? Crab? I think I got an eel in a barrel somewhere. If you got a taste for them. Well, we got this thing here. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there have been a major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alfie now, eh? Aye, I know that one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Ilmor's richer than all of Norvant put together, but it's a different story for them as life outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. Aye, I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path here. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see that Alfie now joins you. Oh, so that one we were just in. Oh, we get a reunion. I bet he's surprised to see after all this time. Also, can we get a freaking hug to these characters finally? Or a head pat? Please. I guess we'll have to suffice with just, you know, just greeting from a distance. Oh yeah, it's this building right here. This is your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What will you be having? Ale. A fine choice, and what I'll be paying with. Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. And I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful for me for sleeping on the job. He'll be on the old side next to the fence, snoring. Like it's not. Oh, that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. Oh, of course. Oh, yes. Yes, we're waiting for that reunion with our character, and of course we gotta do something. Did they actually change the character models for those characters after aging? Or did they keep them the same? I'm actually curious. So I might as well just use this time to get 2 characters reunited. And then after that, we'll not do this the next day. But it's nice to finally get to the next expansion in here. Finally. Yeah, it feels good to finally progress, you know? It's a good thing I leveled up. Okay. I can barely hear the music, but hey, it's rock music or guitar work, but whatever. One more, and we can get a reunion with Alfie out. Time really goes by in this expansion. Nice presentation. Okay. Okay. Let's move these things a little bit further to the right. Hey. So, did they get new voice actors because they aged? Who knows? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. I can't wait to see how this is gonna go. Did they age their characters? Because if they decide to do that, then that's pretty interesting already. Nothing. Yep. Okay.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfie, no, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me? I was more worried about you. I thought I'd lost you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Well, we got a story to tell you.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral Calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped, but so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin-Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
Yes, I wish I had more time today.
And so we take to the road once more.
Okay, I'm gonna start this quest, but I'm not gonna finish it, because we don't have too much time left. Here we go. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If you time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet set foot on Ilmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come. From here, we must head west and then cross a small bridge. We'll do that later, but right now we have to go back to... we gotta go back to... the Crystarium. We gotta go back here. You know, we're gonna do our reunion with Alize next. See how Alize is doing. They didn't change the models too much. But I wonder what about the others. Oh, we got some additional side quests here. Oh boy. Okay, but first we're gonna have to go to... First, we're gonna do this. First, we're gonna go back here. I can probably do these side quests later. But we're gonna do a reunion with Alice next. There's a lot of side quests to go through, but I'll worry about that later. Ready to depart for Amharing? Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Quasard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Mara Launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. There we go. Sweet. We're gonna finish this. At least talk to the characters and then find and figure out a way next after that. So what we did with Alfina, we're gonna do the same with Alize. Okay, let's just finish this. If you're coming looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Gosh, we got something for you. Oh, a friend of the Ikark. Hoping to meet someone in Amharing, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact. So we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. Yes. Okay.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang, once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Arang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Nice locations again. And you already get them right away. You don't have to wait for them for a while. Amazing. No matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as in the scorching hours of the day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarchic letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alize friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mordsuk to break up the trek. Allow me to attend to some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off, and I better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Nice. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amharing, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. They built them big, didn't they? That's Khazar Shral, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Namat Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Norvant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabat Arang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mord Sook. Let's press on, shall we? Yeah, we're gonna do a reunion with Alize, and we'll just start the quest so we can remember to come back here later. Can only imagine how big some of these maps are. Oh, wow. It feels so refreshing to be in a different expansion for once. Speaking of Blue Mage, it's still not here? You can't do the quest yet? Still no, can't do it yet? Okay. Here we are, Mord Sook, by the Blessed Shadow. I love this town. Okay. Mord Sook, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others too, has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood. So the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They may look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lad you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gen Gen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do this. Wow. Imagine how much different this place looks with the graphical upgrade. Okay. We're almost done with the reunion here. I had to sacrifice today just to get this game done, but I'm enjoying Shadowbringers so far. Still early on, by the way. Now I'll have my biggest regret by not doing this sooner. Yes, I used to have this game voices off, but it's a good thing I decided to turn it back on permanently, because sometimes you get additional voice chatter that you don't see in chat bubbles. Okay. Gen. We get voiceovers here? So this is a Mord.
Master Gen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord Sook.
Sook is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Sook's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
I like this guy's voice.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value.
I like this guy's voice. Not this Gen, but the other one, even though he's just an NPC. But I like the voice.
That is why they come here. Come from far away. Come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gen.
I like his voice.
Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer! Crack your coin purse with me!
No, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny. Over here!
Come and look!
You buy?
Enough of that! Come, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Oh boy. This already feels so rewarding after all that Our Realm Reborn stuff. Thank God. Feels like a different game, but it's not. It's so refreshing. Welcome to Run Runs, traveler. 5 years to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Oh, we gotta do this again. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on the chilly desert nights. Trying to speak fast. Everyone's favorite! Plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. Ooh, you like those? Chewy skewers. Find small frog hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. They look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose? Chewy skewer. Chewy. A quick, easy meal to carry out you across the desert. You have the gold. Done! One Vorbert owner buys you 65 skewers. In the face. The face. Every last mouthful. What an appetite. What a belly. A new legend is born in Mordsuk. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns! Alright, we're gonna keep going until we get our reunion here. Should be close. I was watching from here. You honored our custom and with great relish. You'll always be welcome in Moidsuk. If you need anything in Amarang, we're here to provide. Okay. You have courage, my friend. Ron's wares are more exotic than harmful. But I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right. Now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if I delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I conclude my business here in Moidsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Well, an assistant would certainly help carry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods I need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. Just need to do the lifting and carrying. We'll get the reunion here before we go to sleep. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit. Yeah, we'll take care of this reunion first. Okay. Well, we got some grocery shopping to do. Okay. Okay, that's one of them. Okay. 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 Just took care of some grocery shopping. Why not? Okay. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Yeah. Aye, that's the lot. Alright. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you were the one to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents nothing of a sort of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Khazard, it feels like an age since I last saw you. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alize. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but the misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alice has told me so much about you. You're Inio, aren't you? I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alize quite well since she took up guard duties there. Don't you want me to take over as Inio's guide, Khazard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help. Thank you. Well, it looks like you're able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Okay. Nice to hear some different music for once. I like this expansion already. Let's finish this. Elisa has been desperate to see you, Inio, so let's get you here sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? I thought you might. Alice was always saying how much you... let's get going, shall we? Oh boy, we gotta do an escort. Okay. Okay. We're gonna get a reunion with Alize, and after that we're done for today. And we're not doing this tomorrow. We're gonna do the Halloween games like planned. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet, hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alize was strong, but in her mind, she was never. Now it makes sense. Ahem, well, we should push on. Might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight out without any distractions. Okay. Yep, we're almost done here, folks. I just want to get this reunion and hey, and then we can move on to the next ones. Okay. The indications are a lot brighter this time too. Okay. Okay. Look how much brighter these indications are. So we're not be taking care of the Garland Empire just yet. I think that's for Endwalker. Or I could be wrong. Who knows? Yep, we got ourselves a little escort mission. Thankfully, it's not that tedious. Okay. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Okay. At least it doesn't go on forever. We'll take care of this. This is it. Thank yous to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to pay the favor somehow, but first let's hasten inside, shall we? All right. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Elysee arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Elysee who was so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Elysee give you the full explanation. Indeed. Okay. Sweet. And breaker. Okay. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose. But why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out to the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Okay, first do this. Sweet. Okay, we're almost done. Yeah, it's a little different in how this is done, but I'm not complaining. It's nice. Okay. Here we go. Our second reunion. Let's do this. Save. Okay. Okay. Wow. You get some nice, different locations, and I'm happy. Okay. That's the flood, I'm guessing.
Get back here!
Is that... It can't be.
Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you?
Yeah, I've got a long story to tell you.
We've fought them to a standstill, then? The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the First from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eater's victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Sure. Let's fool one more, just to start it off. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, and you clear the west. That way, you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or a carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. So, that's it. We're done. I wish I could continue on, but at the very least, we finally got everything we needed. Finally made it to Shadowbringers. I'm actually glad that we did. Yeah, we finally got the Shadowbringers areas now. But I don't have time to do this anymore. We're not going to do this on tomorrow either for Halloween because that'll take too much time. But hey, I'm finally glad that we made it to Shadowbringers. Thank God. But anyway, that's it. I gotta head off here. But yeah, sorry I couldn't do any bonus games today, but this had to be done, or else I would have been stuck for who knows another week of not doing anything. But hey, it's done. So tomorrow, even though it's shorter, I'll do what I can. Anyway, thank you all so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll do these games. We will do them. Thank you.